Okay, I think we're ready now. Alright, I don't think anyone's watching right now. But, alright, so, today, we're gonna be finishing Chapter 3 of Apollo Justice. So let me pull it up right here. Alright, we're about to start the day 2 investigation. Hopefully, okay, so I'm planning on finishing this chapter today, and then maybe play a little bit of the last chapter. Well, we'll see where it goes. Alright, let's start. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it, the suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee, I guess I would, or maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. Maki avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Letous. And the victim, Mr. Letous, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. My mouse doesn't work for some reason. What's going on? Why isn't my mouse working? Okay, hold on. This is so weird. Okay, so my touchpad works, my mouse doesn't. I mean... Also, I realized I forgot to turn on the desktop audio again. There we go. What's up, Shin? Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Elle told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him, I'm sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letous when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him, it was Mr. Darian. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I know. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking him his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top-secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day, and you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Alright. Sunshine Coliseum, what the heck is that? Ooh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it out on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I'm a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, OBJECTION! Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Backstage hall. Oh. Well, guess we have nothing to do outside. Ah, Mr. Attorney. L. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Maki. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? My mouse still doesn't work. It's so weird. Like, I can move it, right? But I can't click with it. Like, it's just not registering to click. Here, let me if I plug it into a different USB, does that work? Nope. Maybe it's about time I get a new mouse. Or maybe... Okay, if it works on the next restart, then I'll keep this mouse, but I'll probably get a new one soon. If you have any mouse recommendations in the chat, feel free. That was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Krishen's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait. L, is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him, I'm sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something? The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Maki before my debut as L. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginio. He was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Maki pretending that he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Maki, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He's a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Maki would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latouche, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So, you had no idea? Of course not, no one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became L. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was sitting in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming L was lost to me. But I don't think I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? You think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Al. I thank you, Maki, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Oh, it's because I'm using my touchpad right now, so I can move my mouse, I just can't click. So I'm using my touchpad, which works for some reason. Yeah. still really want to pick up this thing. That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small. Maybe no one's noticed it. I kind of want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick in my mind for some reason. And you're just not gonna pick it up, okay? Also, is the audio too loud? Like, is the game audio, like, masking my voice? Just want to make sure it doesn't. Have you tried percussive maintenance? I don't really know what that is. Alright, nice. Alright, maybe we should try presenting her stuff. Oh, right, so if she can't see stuff, then I don't think there's a lot of point in presenting her things then. Why don't we go to the detention center then? Hit it against something. Oh. Well, I'll try that after the stream. Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Maki told me he can see. Maki. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. Alright, Maki, what do you have to say for yourself? So, what do you think of the trial today? I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that time. Hey, all's well that ends well. We have to be more goal-oriented. If he's not guilty, we win. No, if he's innocent, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? I'm glad Elle testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect. Guardian of the Governors. Detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all, if no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that... I don't know. Maki, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it would take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki. So, Maki, you can see, right? Maki can see and Elle can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Maki, which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Okay, let's try going somewhere else, and if there's nothing to do, we should present stuff to it. Okay, maybe we should, as Apollo said, we should probably present some evidence to Monkey. Let's go back. Okay, what could we present to him? That's quite a risky case. I think he said, "I am sorry I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator." Gun? Okay, let's try a gun. Nope. Something that proves he can understand English. Well, in that case, I don't think I have any evidence for that. So... maybe I do have to go to backstage and talk to her, present her something. You need something like a recording in English or something of his in English. Where can I find something like that, though? Outside? You mean like the... Hold on. You mean like out here, the Sunshine Coliseum? Well, I haven't examined it yet, so... might as well try. Huh. Don't really know what to do here. Is there something here related to English? Okay, so I'm looking at the hints for this game, and it says to examine the piano. Okay, never mind. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, maybe she does. Let's check. Nope. What the heck are we supposed to do? Oh! Oh, it says, okay. Okay, I looked up like an actual walkthrough, and apparently you're supposed to talk to Trucy. Back at the Right Anything Agency. Okay. That's... Really? Really? Like, okay, in the trilogy, right? Or like, I mean, like, up until now, I don't really talk to, like, Maya or Trucy, like, after we start the investigation, because, like, they always go, like, what to do, or any ideas, or whatever. But now we actually have to talk to her? Okay, that's cool. Okay, whatever. Elle dropped the bomb in court today. It was Dari. Elle said she's never forgotten the voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow, I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right, I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe a Darian? You bet I did. He used one of the Governor's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latus backstage. But Elle heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah, anyway, you think he was investigating Elle? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal, she couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. Well, you were that easy. In any case, we know what he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. And something in our case. The last something. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latus up to? Ah ha 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 ha. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. You can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Ah, it's the yellow hat guy. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grandma. Wait. Yeah, it's the yellow hat dude. Okay, wait. Okay, you know what? I need to search up this guy's pronunciation. again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Could you please stop speaking like that? It's you, Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grammary? I'll say Grammary. Valent Grammary, the grand magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammary, as seen on television. Could you please stop speaking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me, so be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when he calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real dad. Trucy's real father? Nothing. Grammary? Yeah, that's fine. Don't tell me you don't know about true grammary. True grammary? Huh? No? But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. To not know of the greatest troupe of magicians on the planet. Valent Grammary, the name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all his gold disappear from the safe, and then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he's a magician? I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of the true grammar. Wait. What, I do remember. Seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary. Yes, Zack Grammary. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. No way. Once upon a time, the troop Grammary included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valent Grammary, and my partner, Zack Grammary. And this Zack was... he was my real daddy. Truce's father, a magician. I guess that makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay, I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all, and you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief at least. Not that I see daddy around much these days. I've been missing remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years, I could fain contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grimmer. Will you watch it? Alright, let's watch it. Oh, it's the concert from... okay. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This found Gremory has good reasons to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Yes! We finally got something! Okay, is that it? Well, what more can he say about this videotape, I wonder? So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there, I didn't see a stunt. What about Elle vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, I am like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasp tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Trucy. That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. No, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Who's silent one? I, Valent Gremory, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall sink back to the sea. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door. Normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valent Gremory. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, the bit of magic that made Elle disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. Alright, let's go back to backstage. Can I present this video to her? I wonder. It's probably not going to do anything, but worth a shot. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes, apparently they hired a professional magician. Valent Gremory, I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gremory made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. It's hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? Ah, I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We'll use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Finally! Attached. I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. I need water. Shall we continue? That song, isn't that the one Elle was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonder. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals soaring through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh. That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Hey, it's Grimly. Aha, if it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valen, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in task undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss, miss. The L teleportation illusion. Should anything go wrong, it will reflect poorly upon me and my troop. And as I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Elle's finishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear, like a dream. Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerer's acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted it. She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Gremory are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask? Why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go and check it out myself. Thanks. Well, let's talk about Troop first. I know what you were thinking in that head of yours. Gremory, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, you just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and they made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us! His name was Magnifique Gremory. It was he who began the great Troop Gremory. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troop pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, a TV screen of barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true, I still went to all of your shows, like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gremory, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean, yes, Zach Gremory, Trucy's father, before he disappeared 7 years ago. There is no name higher than Gremory in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valent Gremory. Our founder, Magnifique Gremory, was truly a genius, a work of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go... what happened to that jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to this door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valent and Zack were the shining stars in the Gremory crown. Cool, huh? And Zach Gremory was my daddy. Now that Magnifique and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valent Gremory, who brings the Gremory miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill, coming up. How do we manage to get off this topic of the case so quickly all the time? Okay, now let's examine the piano, because he was troubled by it. That's one big piano, I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kinda feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. No. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, this was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. A switch, huh? Not a Nintendo Switch. What if he killed the guy in order to draw more attention to the event so his business would improve? Maybe. I don't know. That would be a pretty surprising twist, I'm gonna be honest. What does the switch do? I wonder. Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye. True, you're getting on in years, not much time left to make your mark, huh? This is not how I will see it, so he doesn't care about what I have to show him. Get the point. Okay. Maybe I can show it to L. Nope. Alright, if you hear some chatter behind me, it's by all means. So, what do I do? Actually, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, what about the... Okay. I already presented her everything. I presented a video to her. I don't think I presented a headset yet. Can I ask you about this headset, Elle? You said that all concert staff were wearing one? That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their own communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? 30-foot range. Okay. I don't think you would have anything to say about the headset. Oh, okay. Hey, Emma. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You talking about the bloodstain Mr. Lindsay slapped? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. He said it was my reward. A chocolate snack who's popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest, you're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed it over yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? It's part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Ooh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? So you're not gonna give it to us? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. You could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Elle's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Guardian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? With Apollo Justice? No way! I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenading me? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Elle flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, and in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life, and he went up into the sky with the guitar. Well, 30 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What, y'all think I did it? Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I worry about that girl. How about we give her... Actually, hold on. I need to do something really quick again. Apologize. I am back. For the second time. You could take a look at this. A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. Ah! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire. What's the big idea? Well, now we know what this is, an igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose, at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. Well... Oh! The igniter in the guitar. What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you, you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now I know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see, 30 feet from Elle's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Guess I best be getting on with my investigation. We're out to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Yes, the igniter. Let's go. Let's examine it. Alright, I'll let Emma eat her snackoos. I'll go somewhere else. I have nothing to say to Al. Oh, let's see what's happening here. What, come to laugh at the murder? Darian. That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam my life goes down to shoot. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi is rock solid. Rock solid. So about your alibi. You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots, and it found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Elle's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old witch. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let me work? He won't let me work. Gavin, says I gotta lie low until the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but as straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. Hear him whining the other day? Oh, you need a thing with a mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off, which is that? Second guitar. It was you, darling. He's just a perfectionist is all, not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine too. Gavin could write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes. What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating a humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Gridarian Crescent, he's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a chance. Okay, let's go to Gavin's office. Oof. Fancy. And his broken guitar. So this is it, the Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever. It looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet-like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he didn't notice. What if he heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Latouche? Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like these when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hi. Teehee, just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough teehee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with L, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard L's voice. It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her, so I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think it's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Rocky on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from the L. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo said. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only brown, not very charred. No matter, I should never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did this guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it? Your guitar, I mean slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Ah, that reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes, I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Ooh, is that a new show? I've never heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know? Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case me today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. A game theory! Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Alex's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine, which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. That was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case as quickly as possible. Oh, whoops, I didn't need to press that. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. Okay, then let's ask him about it. No, not examine. talk. This guy is the one who helped Shosuke in the blizzard. It was a Oh, were you referring to Darian? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like that. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in L's studio. I used a special shipping service available for me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar, it's too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about a truly results from an examination of the guitar? That's right, what was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this, in fact. The examiner is busy with the evidence for the case, however, so he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd, the device looks strangely familiar. Let's present the igniter to receive the oh, not that. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Elk's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote. Wait, excuse me, did you say something? This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now. You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, Okay, let's not talk about it. This place is deserted. I wonder where Elle went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. haven't tried it staying. Your work chair in his office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair, isn't it? That is an ergonomic, adjustable office. I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did they say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? No. Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang, so he put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rock star could afford a fresh kick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. So why wasn't after in the first place? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Lotus? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover against Agent Mr. Lotus was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? This was found in Mr. Lotus's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever is a replica of. I mean, whatever Mr. Lotus was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, fella. You know, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? Something Interpol doesn't want to tell Virginia. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Lotus went through all of that trouble to become L's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch L. Perhaps she knows something about it, being aboard the moon. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh, thanks for dropping by, forehead. Thanks? Why you gave me so much information, that igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with their prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Lotus was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking here for it. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal. To discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can work with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Well, at least he's honest. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, talk to L. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where L is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Elle's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Oh, it's black. What? It's dark in here. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yeah, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all L has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like, something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What you talking about? Well, let's examine the joint. See what's up. That is something Phoenix would do. Hey, that case, wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Why is she in there? Emma, we have to get Emma. Elle was sticking directly to the hospital. Emma ran around, barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Oh no, big fuel clinic. Emma, how's Elle? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see... Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Elle! Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why a stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. Power to the stage area was often set for electrical work. Ah. Darkness is my ally. There's a contraband case near the stage. That is where I hid it. So the assailant couldn't see me. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Oh, I'll need to press that. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Elle? The detective asked me this, too. And to her, I gave the same answer I gave you. I do not know. think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty white lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer's sample toys when we can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company used to write the pipe. Oh, I wanted to ask you about this. You know what this is? This is what Mr. Latouche was carrying. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in a secret identity, as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these as a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought you said all in Borginia know of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know, yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Paula? Well, there must have been some reason other countries didn't want to cocoon it out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latouche had Ellen marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Al. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request, if it is within my power. I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you were well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. The magic guy has a staff, which I would assume is good for bomb people. Yeah, the Valen Grammary, he does. Yeah. He might have bomb L. But why would he do that? No, because he was the one that's did the magic trick, right? So I don't know why he would try to. Do they have uranium in them? I'm not too sure. Yeah, all we know is that it's a cocoon, and if you take it out of the country, you're dead. Maki, we came to talk to you about the case. Maki. Could you interpret it for us? No? Yes. Maki, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met, when we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret? What do you mean by secret? Well... If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction, a big one. Maki, you didn't. Truce and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Oh, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have him look into it. He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Maki? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for incuritis. A cure for incuritis? But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reason myself. Okay, well at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Maki... Maki, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true, I am sort of a magician. He said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Maki really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. I can't go home. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? You want to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death? This meeting's over. Darien? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Maki from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. Believe me. Darien, wait! I never liked you. Either. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo, he didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say. Apollo! And there can be only one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow, in court. To be continued, and then we start the trial. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down, and then there was yesterday. This meeting's over. Whoa! What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Oh, dude, I thought that was a gunshot. Valid Creamery, using a door like an average monk, I guess. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon a stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. No, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. A big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things, or running out of town, or anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Alice disappearing act. The prosecutor Gava's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Ah, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Something happened? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I had to stay up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting a hospital. A hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Incuritis. Where have I heard that before? Oh, incurable, bro. Is this like... Is this like COVID and Ace Attorney? Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Maybe the cocoon could be for the kid. I'm not sure though, but I mean, like, he'd still know that he's not allowed to bring it outside of the country. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again? Maki Tobaye, our suspect, Fortissimo. Right, is this trial in any case? The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes, it's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there's no known cure. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed, you let off quite the juncture yesterday. I answered the phone letter. Quite a sensation when who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect. I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gatherers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Air Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let's just review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Elle, and Maki, along with a drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Elle and the defendant, Maki Tobaye, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviners were already routed. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective and the Sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Elle herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Otus and Detective Crescent talk. But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we could safely say that Daria Grishen's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Elle was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Uh-oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... But prosecutors Gavin case is airtight. Elle might have been trying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Maki was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant... what was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobie to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Elle as the interpreter. Oh, but there is a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo for her. A judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Elle lies, I'll be able to tell. I think my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Elle to the witness stand. Oh dang, 2 people in the stand at once. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Elle. Yes. He says Maki Tobie, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I haven't thought that far yet. Apollo, aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Elle. Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Maki wants to testify about something? What can it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Elle? According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Elle, I mean Maki, please testify to the court. Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That will prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Elle to know the meaning of that song. Elle, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. That's my oft-repeated warning. I already fit that for him. I forgot what he said. Elle might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today. Ooh, we can use the bracelet. Hey. Alright, welcome back.
Gotcha!
Maki, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment L said the word English. Why? Why? And don't bother interpreting that, he understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course you can. As he continued this charade, Mr. Justice, Maki says this. I know the word English, huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned a name from this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know to cry and follow the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Burgundian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know? They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show him proof that he's lying. Because it never mentions the lyrics. I have here a Burgundian newspaper, the Burgundian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Maki, you couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Burgundian newspaper. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics were not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Maki says, yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, L? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Then it looks like our four has been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. Oh no. I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else... my bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. It was I who explained the crime following the song. Oh, okay. I know her telltale signs, so... Guys, do it again.
Gotcha!
L, I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain? Me, uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. L, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe in myself. Then allow me to answer for you. L, you're protecting... L, you are protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have L lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English, you have to. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you, did you not know about this, L? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. Maki, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager on floor, which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Maki went to the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot, and then we came to the door. Panel high up, I take off, run away, run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon is silk is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Maki, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, her forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. Lucky claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room? I found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I open a vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right, look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to think he went into the room to find the body, and then he heard the shots. That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard every time. So what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Maki? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, L. What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that L's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... L was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted L dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill L? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you were saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in L's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. if Elle was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well, but there were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Elle's testimony once more. Elle, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through a window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Kushen, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear them out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. Okay, let's go. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latusa and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I know I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past a small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry, I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way, yet everything I have said here is the truth. And it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Elle was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Ooh, suspicious. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice L heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility. Objection! Oh, Air Forehead, I call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert hall. The stage is quite far from L's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you want and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... Oh, hold on, I need to check something really fast. What is it? Is that some kind of new Frangle phone thing they invented when I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait, they'll send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. L said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert form. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So when L heard the suitor's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on a stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after that fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is the switch anyway? We don't even know what that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what the switch is, and if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice, I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying the switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. My whiskers are caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got a Lamborghini from L. He said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it just kinda smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Their forehead? Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie those two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by L, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense, though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty similar to me. Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? This simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Al's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise from this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective and this guy heard shots and found a body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in the testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was in its guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the valid performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, F4 has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual something. It does. This killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. No, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song, but I question your logic. For it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, therefore, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Elle have heard a voice through it? No. I know that you would like to divert our attention from a critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Elle's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter, and last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Elle heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Elle heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how is Elle able to hear a voice? No, she couldn't. Well, wait. Wait. Okay, so it can't be the first option. Okay, let's try the third option, because I know it's not the... When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Oh, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Elle could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. But here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Elle clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window, and there is only one small window at the scene. Yo, what's up, Wada? Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Actually, there is another person watching, and he's been watching for the past, like, hour. Sorry to burst your bubble, Wada. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Elle heard the voice from here. Oh wait, there's another. That's the air vent! What did she tell us? She says she's a Borginian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So L was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would L be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, L? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. Vent? Like, Among Us? I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. L with a small window through which you heard the voice. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order, order, I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure, I can't. May I remind you, this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, it looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report on what I heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So did this happen during the second set? I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Your Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Valid Grammary. I suspected as such. Maybe she fell in like that. Oh, there's a spark there, just noticed that. Maybe that'll be useful later. You think I should present here? A video.
Objection!
Oh! L, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during the performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. As we could see, Elle was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Elle was incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation, so the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved it back at the forum. Apollo? What, Lucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Oh, he's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Ugh! Recall Elle's testimony from yesterday. She went from the backstage to the backstage exit, a perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Elle knew this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the vanishing act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Elle to secrecy. Well, Elle. I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about now. Wait. Wow, I'm blanking out right now. I don't know what she said. I'm getting kind of tired. So what does this mean? Are you saying you used his route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before... There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well. Mr. Justice? Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Elle was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on this Elle music along with the program here? As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion at night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find a contradiction between what Elle is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. emojis and something like first.
Hold it! Hold it!
Oh crap, I think I... Oh no, save states, I am cheating! Ah, the sting was missing. Wait. Try this. Oh, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a little later. What? The brooch? It's gone! What? Yes, the brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The L we see before the Vanishing Act and the L we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. L, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case here, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, L was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement L? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valen Gramarye. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Gramarye or Gramarye? I'm just gonna say Gramarye. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right, but this fake L was still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band throwing. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Al? Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. You were singing? Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Oh, frick. Well, I accidentally pressed the load state button. Well, I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. Apologies. Whoa, what is going on? There we go. Oh my god, stop adjusting the screen, please. Maybe I should save here. Wait, what the... Oh, for a second I swore my mouse worked again. The speaker was playing at the time of the murder. I can talk again. Satisfied, that dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Elle singing in the ceiling sounded just like Elle singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Elle, I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing... huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I completely forgot about it. Let's take a listen. It does, I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Al's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Air Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Elle's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man, you don't mean... Yes, though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Ooh, Darian is sus. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good as a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Speaking of recess, I'm gonna be taking a little break because I need to set something up real fast. So, pause here. I'll be right back. Okay, I've returned. Let's continue. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Elle's performance? Why she was in that air vent, and that switch in the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Hey, Phoenix. Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than to say, hiya. Why don't you even bother helping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Well, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Litsu's, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Can I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while, man. Oh, you're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Monkey totally off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darn Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? Piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, the case smells like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind a faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give to you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo, that's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. Yes. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Yes, light him on fire in the middle of the court. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Your forehead. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darien Crescent. Sorry about that. Name and occupation, please. Darien Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you've heard of us? Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darien. and don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to L's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And whether you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Elle's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I did what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the coordinating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. He didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Alex's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when these shootings took place. I got something for later if you want to know now. Something for later? What do you mean? Evidence. And arguments. Alright, I'll try to figure it out myself first. Wait, it's just my fear, okay. Darian and Forehead show. Oh, that's when the guitar caught on fire.
Hold it!
I'm thinking we have to present here. Do you care to present your theory? Oh, the one before. So the one about, Sky hearing the gunshots? Let's see. Whoops. Firecracker can make a sound similar to the gunshot, and we missed out this part during the performance, which him hitting the switch. So So you're saying the gunshots during the third set could have been the firecracker thing. The igniter and the firecracker were found at the same place. So yeah, let's try it.
Objection!
Oh, nice one. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been 2 firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when 2 witnesses came walking by? That's right, Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, that kind all of the band and the staff members were wearing. That's right, we picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? We could hear what was going on in the hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Airborne. I've got a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were a part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving it. Those gunshots might have been real, or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, you can't prove that. I need to update the stream title. Indeed, you can't prove that. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can't be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Oh, whoops. think I have to use the video. Yeah, or in a mixing board. Let's see the mixing board. Oh, do you hear that? Ooh.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in L's song. Song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just use this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, L's voice included. Haha, but what does this prove? According to L's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear the gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Dari? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Elle's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing the recording, right now! Elle stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Oh, whoops. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Elle's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe the case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Elle's testimony was true. Order, so she was telling the truth about what she heard? There was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch now. Just after that, there was a gunshot and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Pershin, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Elle was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. The performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, you what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Latouche's 45 caliber hand cannon. Oh yeah, that guy's hair just kind of flopped. Kind of flopped around. As we have learned, even a shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he heard himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Christian? I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I know, amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Matus, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So the killer might not have been holding your revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an electric guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latus had not been out of our country before? According to our records, yes. Not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Yeah, that's true.
Objection!
Maybe he was smuggling it. Maybe he was smuggling it.
Objection!
Sorry, I'm eating something right now, so I won't be voice acting for the time being. Can't sell them on the black market? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Objection!
Yeah! Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. He went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease that the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful it is to think about it. If the Chief Justice were a buyer, why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over to trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol is the only ones out there watching this. Organian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Objection!
Actually, there is one way. Huh? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? Did it get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a meal to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, the guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory you're for it. An igniter? Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if the igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? He means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a meal. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band. Order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, Airfoil, at last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of El's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar's case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah, Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. Then, Mr. Latouche died, with L there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescend. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, or beginning an accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Al heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? Okay. I'm saving just in case, but I'm pretty sure it's Maki because we found a switch in the piano, right? So Maki could have like pressed a key on the piano, which would cause the igniter to go off. That's fine. There was only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobayan. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Bohemian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact L? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, L was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that L still could have done the T. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the L standing were near. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from L's position in the air vent. Oh. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Yep, ignites in the guitar. Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We're musicians, after all. Here, explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii piano to set up that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, you have to press a switch, am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. Wow. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out, if they couldn't even press a switch. Couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay, we all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd. Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobeye didn't press that switch, Maki, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Maki Tobeye, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one that could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. Well, What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? It's not much to go on, but it's odd, God. What exactly did you hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Makitobia pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Makitobia pressed that switch? I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Therefore, head, you're sure about this? Accepted. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? Let's try the mixing board. Is music, Your Honor. Music. What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? No, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Monkey could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether you played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we could tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Monty was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar got fired, and one section of the song proves it. Wait. That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin? It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding. I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare to that. Your Honor, if you give me one more chance, I think I can find it. Okay, never mind.
Take that! Take that!
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. Okay, never mind.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the parting question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. How many times we have listened to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Just a little more complicated. Play verse 2 again. They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What's that proof? I would think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses have different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, darling. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had it played specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh, no. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Maki changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Order, order, order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it, I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defendant has any more evidence to present. I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring at us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving you guilty, especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Krishen's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just means a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark can turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal. So can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney. And sort his hair, I mean, if that might end badly for me. Moments of justice? We've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let her go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fight time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better, I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through the very end. Air Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Krishen, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Atus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Oh, this. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is? It is true that I couldn't show this size of evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? His accomplice? The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobae. Your client again? Maki Tobae was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It will require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Obtuse was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could... blah blah blah. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Aha, very scientific of you. Thus, if Maki Tobae acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Burgundian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again? Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Burgundian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking... But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Burgundia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Burgundian cocoon. Yeah, but... But, if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Burgundian police, and it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tobae. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Maki Tobae knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't take! Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession? Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning, I knew. Maki, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Makitobaye, yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Oh, he took off his glasses. Nice. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Maki Tobaye, not guilty. Court is adjourned. I wonder what will happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle Cocoon out of Guinea. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Elle? My, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. Then he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It's my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Elle lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right, she's the landscape painter in town after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo, I can't wait, Elle. I owe you my thanks too, thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? Reminding me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy. I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now, but there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. The end. Oh my god, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Okay, that was very long, and I appreciate everyone, well, I think there was only one person, but like, 1 to 2 people, but I appreciate the people that have been staying for all 5 hours. Jesus. Okay, what was I gonna say? Okay. The final chapter we will do in another stream, because I was planning on doing this today, but a little bit of it today, but I've been streaming for way too long. And, yeah, I'm probably gonna leave it for another stream. So, with that being said, thank you for watching today's stream. Still got homework, so still staying up. Yeah, I might have some things to do. I'll have to look, because I think I have work to do as well. Um, but yeah, someday, I don't know when, but someday I will finish this game on stream, and that will be very exciting. I don't know how long the last chapter is. I hope it's not too long because I want to try to finish it in one stream. Um, but yeah, that's about all I have to say. Um, oh yeah, one more thing. I set up my YouTube channel where I'm gonna where it's gonna automatically upload all of the vods. So if you want to view my past streams, you can go up to my YouTube channel. I'll probably link it somewhere in my Twitch. So yeah, if you miss a stream, then you can just watch the VOD. All right, sounds good. All right. Well, in that case, I'm gonna be signing off. Thank you again for watching, and I'll see you on the next stream where we